Welcome to day 3 of OTC 2023. I'm Ed Highland. This year's show has been incredible. It's an amazing conference to gain insights into the latest trends and developments in offshore technologies. If topics like subsea engineering, renewable energy, and directional drilling are of interest, you've come to the right place. Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Energy, excitement, and education. I'm Allison Berger, and day 2 of OTC 2023 is just getting started. So let's take a look at everything happening today. An action-packed Tuesday at OTC kicked off with an executive dialogue on cybersecurity. New technologies comes with new concerns. Speakers focusing on how to protect yourself from a cyber attack.
As the leaders in your organization, the managers in your organization, it's at least important to understand that you need to at least have that good team. You need to know the people that are doing it and have some understanding of how how cybersecurity is implemented across the organization. But you don't necessarily need to lead and think, I have to become a cybersecurity expert.
Be creative about the way you approach cybersecurity and think about the things you do. It doesn't matter if you spend $1 million or $2 million on a firewall and you got employees that are going around and surfing and going to places they shouldn't be going and clicking on things they shouldn't be clicking on.
Also Tuesday morning, an engaging session on energy. The panel discussing sustainability, energy transitions, and investments.
A lot of interest in the topic of energy transitions and a great panel. So it was a robust conversation, touched on a lot of points that I think are relevant for everybody here. So it was a lot of fun. There are lots of really interesting nascent technologies that have the potential to be very impactful in terms of driving lower carbon futures. But there's still a lot of work to do. And we touched on some of those points. Collaboration, of course, across value chains is critical for success, but that means that there's a role for policy, there's a role for investors at the upstream, midstream, and downstream, as well as investors in new technologies that really need project development to occur in a really robust way.
Those in the audience learning about the challenges and opportunities on the road to net zero.
We can change the technologies that we use. We can change the way we are more efficient in the consumption of oil and gas. For example, as a technology provider in the oil and gas industry, we helped our customers reduce 700,000 tons of CO2 last year just by changing technologies. Not producing less, just changing the way we produce.
Rounding out the Tuesday morning sessions, a fascinating case study on Guyana. The country is making headlines for trading carbon credits from its standing forests.
When Dr. Ramsaroop talks about Guyana growing 40+%, that is a material change in the environment that you are seeing. When you hear things like capital works, public spending being increased by 300% over a matter of a few years, that infrastructure work is changing the landscape and the lived reality of Guyanese in contemporary Guyana. The
panel discussed Guyana's offshore projects and commitment to a low-carbon economy.
We've got one of the largest rainforests in the world, 19.5 gigatons of carbon. So we are contributing to low-carbon development strategy. So as the world fights about emissions, and we are producing carbon to protect the ecosystems around the world.
There's a reason OTC attracts tens of thousands of attendees and exhibitors each and every year. So we want to know what keeps them coming back.
OTC is where everything happens in oil and gas. It's the most important event in the world.
It's the center of oil fields in the world, where more than 90 countries come here, so it's an opportunity to see what's new and what's happening in the world of oil.
We come to find new suppliers, better suppliers, look at customers, new customers, and so it's always fun to come and see all the new technologies and what's new.
The Energy Transition Pavilion stage was a popular spot Tuesday afternoon. Siemens Energy discussing carbon dioxide compression considerations for offshore CCUS.
I always tell folks, if you give us the flow rate the inlet pressure and the discharge pressure, we can come back to you pretty quickly with what type of compressor it is, how big it is, you know, a lot of the important information you're going to need to even start any discussions with anybody. So, but CO2 is complicated. It is a very high mole weight gas, if y'all remember that from, you know, high school. It has a strong real gas behavior, which means it's very difficult to predict, especially at higher pressures.
We are rounding out Tuesday with another enthralling executive dialogue. This one about the rising Earth temperature and its enormous energy potential.
Geothermal has something to offer for everyone, from your home to power plants to lithium to joining with other intermittent renewables to make a better project. It's ubiquitous, and we're using it well, but not enough.
Speakers talking about the potential of the Earth's geothermal energy and how to harness it.
We're hoping here at OTC that the oil and gas operators will really come big into geothermal because it's very adjacent to what they already do.
A key part of OTC is focusing on the future of offshore energy, and that includes the people leading the way.
I'm so honored to be here this afternoon to be named as the OTC Emerging Leaders Class of 2023.
It's really appreciation about how the collective effort the industry is taking, moving to a greener and cleaner environment of the industries.
OTC welcoming in its 2023 Emerging Leaders, honored contributions to the offshore energy sector, service to the industry, and focus on safety.
Obviously, first of all, it's a great honor to be nominated from my colleague and coworker. And at the same time, it's nice to get recognized. You don't always do that in your daily work.
There's still so much more to come here at OTC 2023. To keep up with it all, download the OTC mobile app where you can search sessions and networking opportunities and more, all from the palm of your hand. From OTC 2023 Day 2, I'm Allison Berger.
Today's program is focused on emerging technologies and innovations, including topics like unmanned systems and deep sea mining. Plus, don't forget to check out the exhibition hall where you can explore the latest products and services from knowledgeable exhibitors. Learn more about the latest technologies shaping the industry. So, get ready for another great day at the Offshore Technology Conference 2023. Hi, I'm Ed Highland, the host of Energy Insights, and this, of course, is OTC 2023. Thanks for joining us. I want to welcome Greg Eason, who is the 2023 OTC Program Committee Chair and also the Interim Dean and Director of the Mississippi Mineral Resources Institute.
Correct.
You carry many burdens as well as titles.
Well, I do, and it's just a hazard. The Interim Dean is just a part-time gig. It's only to the end of June, so I get to get rid of that one fairly soon.
Well, you've been very busy over the past year,
yes,
and it's starting to pay off now. We're starting to see the activity, the networking. We want to talk a little bit about some of the technical aspects that are going on, so let's see how much of that we combine. I heard a great little quote where, you know, in 1 week, you can get what you normally would get in a year.
Exactly.
In terms of training and knowledge. But you can do that in 1 week here at OTC. So
right.
Give us some insights.
I mean, when you look at the trade show, you realize that the folks that come to the trade show, which are the exhibitors, they are able to see all the customers that they need to see. This is where they can see the customers here without traveling all over, because everybody's traveled here. When you're looking at the professionals up in the technical sessions, they're meeting with other folks from other companies and hearing their ideas and hearing what they're doing, hearing new developments that they would have to go to multiple conferences. You'd have to go to the Civil Engineers Conference and the Mechanical Engineers Conference and the Petroleum Geologist Conference. Whereas you come here and you get it all combined. And so it's a really great event for that level of just making the contacts and making new contacts, but probably one of the more important things is just maintaining those existing contacts, seeing people that you've seen before and talk, and sitting down and having lunch and talking about what they're doing.
We want to talk about that. I really want to get into a little bit of what happens at a technical session. I mean, people go to
Mm-hmm.
them, but it's important. It's very participatory, and I mean, as I understand, if you want to speak, you've got to have a paper.
Oh, yes,
Gotta,
exactly.
everything's got to be submitted. So give us some thoughts on that process.
If you want to submit a paper to OTC, you submit the abstract. It's due it'll be due in the summer, about September, and then it's going to be rated. It's going to be rated by multiple people from multiple societies. There are sponsoring societies for OTC, professional engineering societies, professional geologist societies, that will have their members of their program committee rate the papers. And then we will get together and we will look at the papers, and those that are ranked highest are the ones that get to go in. And so we have each organization puts together a session that's very focused on what they want to do, and then we put the rest together from the best papers out there. So when you speak for 15 minutes, you have Q&A, and then your paper is published in what's called One Petro, and that there's over 17,000 papers in One Petro. And so we are one of the few conferences like this that really has that 53-year history of the technical things that have been presented. And that's a big archive that nobody else has.
And we were talking before the interview about how valuable even 50-year-old papers and such can be to the industry now, especially as we get into this energy transition.
Right, exactly. I mean, as the energy transition comes in and we're looking at wind, we're looking at geothermal, we're looking at seabed mining, we're looking at things like that. So if we're going to try and mine the minerals we need for the new energy, as they're calling it, the lithiums, the cobalts, the borons, things like that, we have to use a lot of the same technology that we've been using, and that the people at this conference have proven to raise oil off the floor. Now we're raising a slurry of minerals. If we start looking at these platforms that are out there in the Gulf of Mexico and other places in the deep water and in shallow water, as their life expectancy comes down and the oil is depleted, what do you do with them? Well, there's some talk says that, okay, we turn them into floating wind farms. And so there's a lot of, and the technology that is here on the exhibit floor is the same technology needed for those new energy industries that will be working offshore.
The ultimate recycling, so
Exactly.
to speak.
Yeah.
Give us some thoughts, if you would, on, let's get back to sessions. Like one is the Arctic session, for example.
Mhm.
There's some different types of very specific sessions that really relate, I believe you used the term new technology, and getting into where the industry is going, not always including where it is now, of course, but where it is going and how this industry can evolve into it.
I think one of the things is every session has new technology. So when you look at new energy and the energy transition, which is coming and it's very, very much here, we're seeing more sessions on wind. We're seeing more sessions on geothermal. We're seeing more sessions on wave. But every technical session has new technology. It's how is this sealed better? I listened to one this morning that was, how do we do a better job of understanding how to anchor things to the bottom of the seafloor? And that applies to either an oil and gas platform or a wind platform. But the new technology and new techniques are in every session.
Let's go into what happens at these individual sessions and why it's important for an OTC professional, regardless of which edge of the industry they're in, why it's important to go to these sessions and kind of plan your week out to where you can get the maximum.
Well, one of the things we try and do at the sessions is we try and group them such that we know that it's a 4-day conference and not everybody can get off on 4 days. But if you're interested in, say, riser technology or wind energy or things, we try and string together a session after a session, sort of a conference within a conference. We're doing the same thing with the Arctic. So we used to have an Arctic Technology Conference, which was very successful, smaller but very successful. Hadn't had it for a few years because of just changing climate and business climate in the Arctic. And so this year there's a conference where there is a room that Arctic papers are presented, Arctic keynotes are presented, Arctic panels are presented. And so we're looking at doing that, and the board of directors has said, we like that idea. So next year the plan is there'll be a dedicated string of those that will be related to wind energy, because there are a lot of wind energy conferences out there. We're the only one that does technical papers. We're the only ones that has the technical concept. So the wind energy folks are looking at our technical content and the offshore environment that was developed here by the oil and gas folks to use in their implementations.
All right, well, let's take all the things that we've just been talking about over the last couple of minutes, and how does one go about determining where they need to go, where they can maximize this 3 to 4 days they have?
That's a hard thing to do, because without fail, I can tell you it happens at every conference, every year at this conference, is there are 2 sessions that I really want to go to that are at the same time.
Always.
And it just is that you have to, and we have 50 technical sessions. So there's a lot to pick from. You want to spend time on the exhibit floor looking at their new technologies. So the best way to do it is to go in. They have a really good mobile app. Just go in and just kind of prioritize, put them on your schedule, and just keep going room to room. And we stay on schedule. So people do this where I want to see the first 3 papers of this session really, really badly. And so I'll go through those, and then in a break between speakers, I'll go to another room because I want to see the last 3 papers in that room. And so you can do that, and we do a really, really good job of staying on schedule because we know that people do that, and sessions are mixed and matched, and you just have to go do the best you can.
Yeah, of course, we always emphasize to go to the app, basically
Absolutely.
on the phone.
Yeah.
You can find out a wealth of information there and help plan your week pretty much.
Absolutely. Even old guys like me have figured out how to use it. It's simple enough that I can figure it out.
And in between all of that, you've got the exhibition floor. And
Yep.
so can you correlate that in a few moments that we have left, is basically saying, okay, we have technical sessions, we have networking sessions, and then we have the floor. How do we get all of this so it's all, symbiotic?
Well, it's all symbiotic in a lot of ways, and what you see in the technical sessions is the newer, will this work? What you're seeing out here on the floor is these are the proven technology. These are the folks that make it happen. And then the other thing that we see out here on the floor is exhibits by the companies, and so, or countries, excuse me, is that when you're looking at the Brazil exhibit, for example, there's a Brazil session going on upstairs now that is standing room only. There'll be other sessions from around the world and the country sessions, but it's a good opportunity to come and see, and this is the one place you can do this, where you can see what are they doing in Korea, Japan, Ghana, Nigeria, all over the world, and this is the only place you can do that.
And it's all right here. You can feel it, you can touch it, and
Exactly.
you can get the paperwork on it as well. I want to thank you so much, Greg Eason, for coming along and sharing with us the insights and also the results of your hard work over the past year as the 2023 OTC
It's
Program
been a pleasure.
Committee Chair.
It's been a pleasure.
Very good, and they'll draft you again another year, I'm sure.
We'll see.
All right, well, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much for joining us. This is OTC 2023 for the next couple of days. Please take the advice of the expert and also join us when you can for Energy Insights. I'm Ed Highland. Thanks for joining us. Hi, and welcome back. I'm Ed Highland. This is OTC 2023, the location for us. And of course, this program is Energy Insights. Joining me now is Dan McConnell, a 2023 OTC board member and consultant, and also with Geomarine Resources. Dan, thanks so much for coming by.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about what's coming up. I mean, OTC, it's such a draw for a lot of people, but let's zero in a little bit on what it means for professionals, companies, and exhibitors.
Well, it's very important for professionals and companies and exhibitors. It's been around for a long time, the OTC. So for professionals, it's really a way to meet your peers. It's really to go upstairs, present a paper to your peers about something that you know about. And then, of course, your clients, they love it because what is a company but it's people, right? So they want to showcase their people. They want to showcase their people in front of their clients. And a lot of work gets done. I mean, they're presenting papers upstairs in the technical sessions, but that's where a lot of connections get made, and that's where the companies solidify themselves, with their clients. And then here on the exhibit floor, they want to have the companies and the people. They want a marketplace, and they want to connect all three. So it's really all three. The professionals and the representing companies, and then in the marketplace, and in all that melee, that's what makes OTC great.
You hit on a keyword, connections,
Yeah.
and that seems to be an underlying theme, if
Yeah.
you will, because everyone comes here, obviously for the information, and we're going to get into some of that here in just a
Yeah.
second with the programming, but that networking opportunity, that cross-pollination, you just can't find that anyplace else.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And it's been, for my career, it's been very important for my career. It was, giving technical papers up in the upstairs in the technical sessions, which actually introduced me to other people within the company, and then elevated, what we were doing, trying to do as a company, and then making connections with the clients. So what I just talked about, that type of networking is great networking. It helps young professionals build their careers. It's a place for seasoned professionals to bring in the new generation. And that's all about networking.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the highlights this week. Give us some kind of the broad overview, if you will.
Yeah, well, the broad overview, of course, people know OTC as being an offshore technology conference really related to oil and gas. That's how it started. It was started with the, going off to the shelf, and then Houston became the world center for deep water technology. And so that has built the conference to what it is, but it's always been about many other things. I could go back to the OTC and look at marine mining papers from 1978 or something like that, and some of the critical ones are actually there. So it tries to stay current. Right now, everything's in the energy transition. The oil and gas is in the energy transition, but there's also new renewables, and many of those same technologies and those same companies that provided services for oil and gas are doing that for offshore renewables, such as wind energy.
Yeah, it's an evolution that is kind of unfolding right before your eyes. You talked about the energy transition. This year there's the Energy Transition Pavilion and the Offshore Wind Lounge. Tell us a little bit about those and what you can experience going there.
Well, it's a huge thing. I mean, I was upstairs first in one of the panel sessions about offshore wind, and then I went down to the energy, went to the pavilion there, the Energy Wind Pavilion. And there's a huge, they talked about the huge growth in offshore wind, especially in the Atlantic Ocean, going to be here in the Gulf of Mexico and also offshore California. But the U.S. government has an energy policy of 30 gigawatts of electrical wind energy into the grid. And they believe that they're going to make it. New York is stepping up and says we're going to have 30 gigawatts by ourselves, right? And the lease sales, they dwarf the amount paid for lease sales in the prime of offshore oil and gas. A lease sale would be like $500,000 or millions of dollars. That would be great. But these are, anyway, they're on par, and it's growing rapidly. And so the Energy Transition Pavilion is helps showcase that. Many of the same providers working for different industries.
Yeah, again, cross-pollination.
Yeah, that's right.
And you find out going in, whatever your industry may be or area of expertise, you find somebody else, and it may not be exactly the same, but we're pretty darn close.
Yeah, that's right. And especially an example that would be floating offshore wind, because they'll need the same type of tethering, the same types of geotechnical investigations of the seabed, to make sure that these wind turbines stay out there. And it's very much an overlap between the same engineers. Will end up working on both, and there are many people who have one foot in one in another, who work for major oil and gas companies, but those oil and gas companies now have big offshore wind operations as well.
That'd be very lucrative for those folks who are able to kind of double dip a little bit and spread that expertise around
and
as well.
That those common goals, those common technical goals need to be solved.
Tell us a little bit more about some of the programming this week. What can we expect? Maybe what are some of your favorites?
Well, some of my favorites, I like a lot of robots and underwater robots, ROVs, AUVs. These would be like submersibles, but nobody's inside them, right? But they map the seafloor, and then they also will be sent out to do different tasks at deep water depths, of 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters and beyond. So this army of AUVs and ROVs, they'll service offshore wind, they'll end up they do service oil and gas, and they will service another area which I'm particularly interested in because I represent the Society for Mining, Metallurgy and Exploration, is marine minerals. which was always something that's going to happen in the future, but it's actually happening now. So on Wednesday, you should come and what will be described will be the first production test of battery minerals from the deep ocean since the 1970s, and that's going to be here at OTC.
Well, that's historic. I mean,
it is. It is. It's huge. It's huge. It's like having the first deep water oil well, and have it. So it's showcase where it should be. It should be at OTC, and that's where it is.
That's fabulous. You're talking about some of the undersea exploration. I was passing a booth, and they had it was part of to draw people in, but they had a Boston Dynamics dog out there. And it's like, okay, well, you're starting to see all of these different elements that are crossing over on so many levels. It's really quite exciting. To be able to,
it is. It's quite exciting.
People ought to walk around the show floor just a little bit. I mean, you pick up a lot of information. And speaking of, that OTC is known for the wealth of knowledge that you can pick up here and share. Give us some thoughts on the technical programs. What are some of the advantages, aside from the obvious, but what are some of the advantages of going to the technical programs?
Well, there's a wealth of knowledge there. So there's a wealth of information. There's been, I don't know how many, but over 17,000 papers. At some conferences, you can speak, but you don't have to write a paper. At OTC, if you're in a technical paper session, you have to write a paper. So you describe what that paper is, and if you're in the audience, you'll learn about it. And if you're in the audience, it's because that's the area that you're interested in. You'll get insights from that person. You'll get to network with people who are also interested in the same things that you're doing, and it'll probably inspire you to write a paper for the next year, because there's always the time to get started is now. When you're a young professional, writing papers isn't for seasoned professionals. They do it, but it's really for your own career. It's really to find a topic, what you do well, present it here at OTC, and start early.
Well, this is great. Like a tutorial, if you will, for how you can take and further your career, or just basically cement your career later on.
Oh, you make all sorts of connections through the technical program, and I would encourage in people who just come down to the exhibit floor to just go to the big board, pick out a couple of topics. There's some great keynote speakers that if you want something broad, if there's something that's really technical, say, well, it's a little bit out of my area, but I'll listen and perhaps I can learn something. Go ahead. Everything works on time, so you can look at the calendar. You can go from one room to another. It's very easy to do, and I would encourage that.
You do see a lot of young people coming around. Talk a little bit about how OTC is something that can be advantageous to college students. And I know from different years that I've been here, there's been high school students I know that have also come in, because you're getting them in the pipeline, so to speak.
That's right. And it's very important for high school students to see the world which is out there. And then people are in, who had that inspiration in high school. They go to college, perhaps they get into an ocean engineering type field, or a geophysics type field, geology type field. What are they going to do with that? And so OTC provides those, provides that place, and then you say, well, this is a place that I can work. I can work on help, for sustainability, reducing carbon, working in offshore wind. There's a lot of engineering. Really neat engineering experiences that a student can do, and OTC is a place where they can really expand their networks, as I said before, and grow their careers.
Because OTC is it's an international show. I mean, the perspective aspect is always interesting to me, where you might have two people who might be in the same field, or two groups who are in the same field, and yet their approach is going to be different for sometimes cultural, sometimes resource information, just different ways that they're going to approach the same issues, the same problems, and same solutions.
Everybody likes to meet somebody who's interested in the same things that they're doing. And that's what you find in the global is, hey, I'm working on those things as well. And they have a different, they have different ground truthing out there. They have different problems. So something that perhaps you've not thought about, they've been thinking about a lot. So there's a lot of cross-pollination there going on, and the global energy business is global. It's global for suppliers in all of the industries, oil and gas and renewables.
Some of those job opportunities in other lands are very attractive.
Yeah, they are, and these companies, a lot of the companies here already have large footprints. You have the Netherlands pavilion, you've got the Korean pavilion, you've got the Pomeranian pavilion, who have doing expanding offshore wind off of Poland. Many different international presences. Norway's always been here, tied to the hip to Houston through oil and gas, and but they are also, quite well working on renewable energies in the future as well.
Given those little hints that we've given along the way, what networking tips do you have to kind of get someone going through this 276,000 square foot
Well, don't be a stranger. The first conference I went to the Icebreaker, and I was just standing there, and a guy came up to me and he says, "You look like somebody who needs to talk to somebody." So the first thing to do is just find somebody, sure. Introduce yourself. You're both here for the same purpose, and you'll find out something new. You'll find a connection that you didn't have before.
That's all it takes. Break down a little barrier here
That's
and there.
Right. That's right.
Dan McConnell, 2023 OTC board member and also a consultant. I want to thank you for coming by and joining us today.
I enjoyed it very much.
And I'm Ed Highland. This is OTC 2023. In case you didn't know, Energy Insights is the name of our show, and we hope to see you a bit later with further insights into OTC 2023. Welcome back. We hope you're enjoying day 2 of OTC 2023. I'm Ed Highland with Energy Insights. We continue our programming now with Paul Jones, who's the 2023 chairman of the board of directors for OTC and principal at Lockridge Energy. Paul, thank you so much for coming by.
Happy to be here.
It's all about education. It's all about innovation. There's so many adjectives that we can use to describe OTC. We're here to talk a little bit about programming. What can we expect here from day 2 and onward?
Well, overall, we've had 4 days of full-term programming here at OTC. The technical sessions, there's 45 technical sessions, over 350 papers. We have the executive dialogue session, we have keynote speakers. So there's an entire whole cadre of interesting things being talked about, new technologies, and the programming this year is very robust, very diverse. And there's also presentations on the exhibit floor at exhibitors' booths and also at the Energy Transition Pavilion. So lots of programming for everybody to enjoy.
We were talking earlier about how this is really the first time since COVID that we've had a chance to all get together in this fashion. It was a little bit last year, but more so full blast this year. And that means it's a very diverse audience. Everyone from around the world who wants to be here is trying to get some information and such. What do you look at as far as some highlights, and what some of the other areas that might be of interest to other aspects of our population?
Well, you're exactly right. There are over 100 countries represented by attendees here at OTC this year. Highlights for me is always the exhibition floor, where you can really engage with industry experts about the latest and greatest technologies and some of the challenges of bringing those technologies to the market. That's always an interesting dialogue. And of course, there's also a lot of information being talked about at the technical sessions. So the highlights for me are basically a mix of technical sessions, visiting the exhibit floor, and invariably I meet old friends from around the globe. In fact, just on my way here today, I bumped into an old colleague of mine from Chevron I haven't seen for 15 years. It's an excellent environment for people to get together, reminisce, and just discuss the industry as a whole and where we're going.
We'll talk about the networking, certainly one of the major aspects of being here at OTC.
Yeah.
I want to kind of talk about some of the different elements that are here. They've been at past OTCs, but every year something like new technologies is just that. It's new, it's exciting, it's innovative. Tell us a little bit about the New Technologies Awards.
So every year we have the Spotlight on New Technology Awards, or the SONT Awards. This year there were 15 technologies selected, 7 from small businesses, which is excellent. These are businesses with less than 300 employees who are developing new technologies that are really going to impact the industry. These award recipients, broad range of technologies, fantastic technologies, really pioneering areas of new investment and new capability, and they're really going to impact the industry going forward. I would encourage everybody to go and visit the Spotlight winners. You can see their exhibition booths with a banner above. My advice is go speak to these guys and learn about the new impacting technologies that we're going to be seen implementing over the next year or so. Really impressive stuff.
Hopefully people have had a chance to walk around the exhibition. And when you're talking about the new technologies and the awards, they range from large equipment down to small valves. I mean, it's just incredible, the range and the diversity of what is new and exciting out there in the oil and gas field.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And one of the things the oil and gas industry has focused on for many years now is providing solutions. And those solutions are an integration of discrete technologies. All those technologies are on show today. And not only that, many of these technologies are now going to be used in the energy transition in some of these new energy spaces like wind, solar, marine. And so there's a whole raft of stuff to be seen here. Very exciting indeed.
Well, we wouldn't have new technologies if we didn't have leaders. And let's talk a little bit about emerging leaders, the awards there. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so this is the third year of our Emerging Leaders program. And it's where we recognize early career individuals who are having a significant impact in their area of expertise. And this year, the class of 2023 has been selected by last year's Emerging Leader class. So it's a peer group evaluating impactful contributions from their peers. That's really exciting. And the recipients of that Emerging Leaders Award will be today on the exhibit floor at the Energy Transition Pavilion at 4 o'clock. So that's going to be exciting. We have 9 new winners this year.
So someone can fix their app schedule right now to
Absolutely.
be able to get over
Come
there
and
at
come
4
and see
o'clock.
some of the people who are our best and brightest right now.
We have 4 days of education, learning, and knowledge here, but there's also some deadlines that are coming up. We're talking about the DAAE Awards, the 2024 awards anyway. What's the deadline and what needs to be done?
The Distinguished Achievement Awards, yeah, it's a peer-nominated process, and so the deadline is September the 19th, and I would encourage everybody to go to the OTC website, look at how the process works, see what previous winners have done and their extraordinary contributions. And we have individual award winners and also organizations. And in that award winners list, you can look at projects which have changed the oil and gas industry and will continue to change the energy industry going forward. I would go visit the website, and if you know a worthy recipient, follow the nomination process, and hopefully we'll consider them for the 2024 awards.
We were talking right before the interview about how if you miss 1 year of OTC, you kind of missed a lot because the industry is evolving and changing so rapidly.
Yep.
And if you miss 2 years, you're so far behind. You're going to need an entire show just to catch up.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the beauty of OTC. We've talked about it providing a year's worth of training in a week. And if you plan your time well, you can do that. You can visit technical sessions, you can visit the exhibition floor, you can engage with people in areas that are not core to you. You can learn an awful lot at OTC. I've been coming here for 30 years. I learn something new every time I come.
And that's the key, keep learning, right?
Absolutely right, yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about the threads, the Arctic thread and the wind thread. I guess this year's the Arctic thread and
Right.
next year's wind.
Correct, yeah. So the Arctic thread is 3 days of curated content through the first 3 days of OTC. OTC used to host the Arctic Technology Conference. We didn't have it for a number of years, had it I think in 2018 or 2019. There's a renewed interest in the Arctic this year, so we thought, how can we include this renewed interest in the overall OTC program? So we basically decided to have this curated thread through 3 days. Initial response has been fantastic. We've got Arctic experts talking right now. And also we're going to offer that opportunity to the wind industry next year. So we can have a curated thread. People can talk specifically about the challenges and opportunities in offshore wind energy, but in the context of the overall offshore energy environment as well. So we see that as a real exciting opportunity, and early indications are it's been very, very well received.
Is it too early to ask, will Arctic be continued next year as well? Or?
We suspect we may have a wind thread next year, and then we'll look again at whether Arctic will require. We still have the Arctic Technology Conference within OTC's portfolio of events, and we'll see where industry is and how quickly the need is required to develop this potential energy source. There's exciting things going on in the Arctic, so hopefully if the demand's there, we can certainly accommodate that within the OTC portfolio.
It makes you and the board have to be very nimble at times.
We do indeed, but that's fine.
Let's talk a little bit about, and you've already touched on a lot of it, but the educational opportunities. There are so many different places where you as an individual can go and listen to a paper, perhaps learn in tutorial fashion how you can prepare a paper if you've never done one before.
Exactly right, and there are tremendous learning opportunities each of the 4 days in the technical sessions for sure. But you not only learn by listening to the papers, you can learn by engaging the fellow attendees after the session. There's tremendous learning opportunities on the exhibition floor as well, where these new technologies are coming into the public domain for the first time. Industry experts man the exhibition booths here, so if you need an industry expert around a specific technology, you will find it at the purveyors of those individual technologies. We also at OTC host the Energy for Me STEM workshop tomorrow, and that's for science teachers to come and spend a day with us, learn from industry experts, learn some hands-on interesting aspects of where the energy industry is going, and also have a tour of the exhibition floor, and that's something that we are always happy to contribute to, enabling our STEM professionals to teach individuals coming through the school system about the opportunities in the energy industry as a whole.
Whether it's the STEM educators, teachers coming in, or whether it's a first-timer who's in another aspect of the industry, universally, the first thing you say, well, what do you think? There's almost a jaw dropping because there is so much going on here. What kind of advice can you share from your years of experience with first-timers?
Plan well. That's the first bit of advice. So practically that means take a look at the overall program, highlight those individual sessions, the technical sessions you want to attend, highlight some specific exhibitors who may produce technology in your core area, and then say, okay, I'm going to give myself a significant amount of time to learn something new, and just go visit the exhibit floor. Ask questions of people after the technical sessions. Plan to learn something new every day. That's what I do. I come with the distinct goal of I want to learn something new and important every day at OTC, and I plan my time so that I've got some time to wander, maybe go to a technical session paper that is adjacent or kind of influential to my core area, but isn't part of my day-to-day business, and I always learn something.
And a last note in the few seconds we have, the networking. I mean, you go to these education sessions, but you need to take one more step.
Absolutely. Join, you can network everywhere, before and after. Strike up conversations with people here on the exhibition floor. We also curate networking sessions at OTC, so there are formal networking sessions around things like the energy transition, supply chain, wind energy. So we can use those more formal networking sessions as a basis, and then ad hoc network your way through the week. It'll be valuable, and you'll have a great time doing it.
Paul Jones, OTC, it's been a great week so far. Good luck for the last couple of days. There's still work ahead.
Indeed there is. We appreciate it, and thanks very much for the interview today. Really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for watching. This is Energy Insights. I'm Ed Hyland. We'll see you next time. Welcome to day 3 of OTC 2023. I'm Ed Hyland. This year's show has been incredible. It's an amazing conference to gain insights into the latest trends and developments in offshore technologies. If topics like subsea engineering, renewable energy, and directional drilling are of interest, you've come to the right place. Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Energy, excitement, and education. I'm Allison Berger, and day 2 of OTC 2023 is just getting started. So let's take a look at everything happening today. An action-packed Tuesday at OTC kicked off with an executive dialogue on cybersecurity. New technologies comes with new concerns. Speakers focusing on how to protect yourself from a cyber attack.
As the leaders in your organization, the managers of your organization, it's at least important to understand that you need to at least have that good team. You need to know the people that are doing it and have some understanding of how cybersecurity is implemented across the organization. But you don't necessarily need to leave here and think, I have to become a cybersecurity expert.
Be creative about the way you approach cybersecurity and think about the things you do. It doesn't matter if you spend $1 million or $2 million on a firewall and you got employees that are going around and surfing and going to places they shouldn't be going and clicking on things they shouldn't be clicking on.
Also Tuesday morning, an engaging session on energy. The panel discussing sustainability, energy transitions, and investments.
A lot of interest in the topic of energy transitions and a great panel. So it was a robust conversation, touched on a lot of points that I think are relevant for everybody here. So it was a lot of fun. There are lots of really interesting nascent technologies that have the potential to be very impactful in terms of driving lower carbon futures. But there's still a lot of work to do. And we touched on some of those points. Collaboration, of course, across value chains is critical for success, but that means that there's a role for policy, there's a role for investors at the upstream, midstream, and downstream, as well as investors in new technologies that really need project development to occur in a really robust way.
Those in the audience learning about the challenges and opportunities on the road to net zero.
We can change the technologies that we use. We can change the way we are more efficient in the consumption of oil and gas. For example, as a technology provider in the oil and gas industry, we helped our customers reduce 700,000 tons of CO2 last year just by changing technologies. Not producing less, just changing the way we produce.
Rounding out the Tuesday morning sessions, a fascinating case study on Guyana. The country is making headlines for trading carbon credits from its standing forests.
When Dr. Ramsaroop talks about Guyana growing 40+%, that is a material change in the environment that you are seeing. When you hear things like capital works, public spending being increased by 300% over a matter of a few years, that infrastructure work is changing the landscape and the lived reality of Guyanese in contemporary Guyana.
The panel discussed Guyana's offshore projects and commitment to a low-carbon economy.
We've got one of the largest rainforests in the world, 19.5 gigatons of carbon. So we are contributing to a low-carbon development strategy. So as the world fights about emissions, and we are producing carbon to protect the ecosystems around the world.
There's a reason OTC attracts tens of thousands of attendees and exhibitors each and every year. So we want to know what keeps them coming back.
OTC is where everything happens in oil and gas. It's the most important event in the world.
It's the center of oil fields in the world, where more than 90 countries come here, so it's an opportunity to see what's new and what's happening in the world of oil.
We come to find new suppliers, better suppliers, look at customers, new customers, and so it's always fun to come and see all the new technologies and what's new.
The Energy Transition Pavilion stage was a popular spot Tuesday afternoon. Siemens Energy discussing carbon dioxide compression considerations for offshore CCUS.
I always tell folks, if you give us the flow rate, the inlet pressure, and the discharge pressure, we can come back to you pretty quickly with what type of compressor it is, how big it is, a lot of the important information you're going to need to even start any discussions with anybody. But CO2 is complicated. It is a very high mole weight gas, if y'all remember that from high school. It has a strong real gas behavior, which means it's very difficult to predict, especially at higher pressures.
We are rounding out Tuesday with another enthralling executive dialogue. This one about the rising Earth temperature and its enormous energy potential.
Geothermal has something to offer for everyone, from your home to power plants to lithium to joining with other intermittent renewables to make a better project. It's ubiquitous, and we're using it well, but not enough.
Speakers talking about the potential of the Earth's geothermal energy and how to harness it.
We're hoping here at OTC that the oil and gas operators will really come big into geothermal because it's very adjacent to what they already do.
A key part of OTC is focusing on the future of offshore energy, and that includes the people leading the way.
I'm so honored to be here this afternoon to be named as the OTC Emerging Leaders Class of 2023.
It's really appreciation about how the collective effort the industry is taking, moving to a greener and cleaner environment on the industries.
OTC welcoming in its 2023 Emerging Leaders, honored contributions to the offshore energy sector, service to the industry, and focus on safety.
Obviously, first of all, it's a great honor to be nominated from my colleague and coworker. And at the same time, it's nice to get recognized. You don't always do that in your daily work.
There's still so much more to come here at OTC 2023. To keep up with it all, download the OTC mobile app where you can search sessions and networking opportunities and more, all from the palm of your hand. From OTC 2023 Day 2, I'm Allison Berger.
Today's program is focused on emerging technologies and innovations, including topics like unmanned systems and deep sea mining. Plus, don't forget to check out the exhibition hall where you can explore the latest products and services from knowledgeable exhibitors. Learn more about the latest technologies shaping the industry. So, get ready for another great day at the Offshore Technology Conference 2023. Good morning and welcome back once more to OTC 2023's Energy Insights. I'm Ed Highland. Thanks once again for joining us. And we're going to kick things off this morning with a very interesting discussion, I hope, with Laurent Pagnon, Senior VP for Subsea Product Marketing and Strategy, Technip FMC. Welcome, Laurent. Introduce yourself just a little bit to us and tell us more about yourself.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, my name is Laurent Pagnon. As you'll get from my accent, I'm French. And I've been in Houston since 2019, living here with my family and the 3 kids. And I'm, heading product marketing and strategy for the subsea business of Technip FMC.
Give us a little bit more about Technip FMC, what it's all about, its genesis as well.
Yeah. So Technip FMC has a long history of delivering technologies and supplying innovative solutions to the offshore and onshore energy industry. More recently, we are really pushing to have integrated projects, integrated products and services for our clients. And with the energy landscape change as well, we are really leveraging our capabilities and competencies to supply as well on the new energy space, not just the traditional offshore and onshore energy space.
That's critical. That is the buzz here at OTC, is new energy. Let's talk a little bit about Technip FMC transforming the future, if you will. And it's transforming the future of subsea by delivering those innovative solutions you alluded to, including the project execution model, iEPCI. Now, can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, with pleasure. So, looking back a little bit at the industry from 2010 to 2014, we had high oil prices, but we had low break-even for our clients in terms of field development. Profitability was not there, and everybody knows it was not sustainable to continue as an industry like that. Oil price crashed a bit, but essentially Technip FMC started its journey to change the market. And iEPCI is one of the components I'll talk a little bit about today. There is Subsea 2.0 as well, which is essentially defining a simpler product, more standard, less specific to part numbers, that is really bringing to our clients better economics. And when Technip and FMC merged together in 2017, this is when we introduced iEPCI, which is essentially having a single roof in a single company, the total subsea field development, which means for our clients, less interface, less risk to manage, and a single company that can deliver the full subsea field. So, essentially for us, when we were looking at this industry, we were like, we need to be simpler, we need to have less interface, we need to be more standard, and that's why, 2.0, Subsea 2.0 and iEPCI are really core value that we deliver to our customers today.
Let's talk more about Subsea 2.0, but first I want to talk about CTO. You basically have a configure-to-order model as well. You've made that introduction possible. So why did you move to the CTO model?
Yeah, good question. And I would clarify just a little bit for the audience, what is 2.0, what is CTO, not to get them confused. But what we call Subsea 2.0 is the product itself. It means it's a new type of product, again, with less parts number, simplified design, and so on. But CTO, which we call configure to order, is essentially, if you want, the operating model and system to deliver our product, our 2.0 product. So that's, the difference. What is, happening and changing is that our clients were very much in what we call an ETO, engineer to order model. Each of them were engineering their own products, own design, own specification. And we want to change for the CTO model, which is configure to order, meaning we have standard configuration clients can choose, so they still have some specific configuration, but the whole process of producing our products is standardized through this operating system that we call CTO. That's what CTO is.
Okay, so you have evolved from ETO to CTO.
Exactly.
Basically. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about moving to it, and we talk a lot about standardization from the company, especially around Subsea 2.0. What basically is the relationship? You've explained some of that as well. So we want to get into the subset, if you will, and Subsea orders over the next few years. Tell us a little bit more about the growth, I guess, of the product.
Yeah, so something that is really important for us is creating value for a client through this offering. It's not just for Technip FMC's sake. It's a change we want to drive in the industry because we realized as it's unsustainable, we need more throughput, we need more predictability, and we have to deliver faster. So decrease lead time essentially. So there is a very important relationship between 2.0 and CTO, because one without the other makes little sense. It's good to have maybe a simpler, lighter, better product, but if your supply chain, for instance, is not involved in it when you supply your components for it, your manufacturing footprint is not done for it, your installation, constructability is not as well thought in terms of that, it doesn't matter that you have a great product. So that's why CTO and 2.0 relationship is very important. And I'll give you an example for our clients on what it could mean for them. We were working with a client on a 2.0 field development. And the client at some point realized we have to delay this development and move forward another field. That was also 2.0. They could do it because we could change the orders for the other field and match our client speed and our client objectives. In the traditional world of ETO, when you have 24 months to 30 months to deliver our equipment and product, that would have never happened. So again, this CTO model that is encompassing from commercial tendering activities and engineering, supply chain, manufacturing, and then offshore installation is absolutely critical to deliver this value to the client, which is shorter lead time, more predictability, and flexibility to our clients as well.
It sounds, you've given us a good example of how important collaboration is with the clients, and you must have that open line of communication to be able to be nimble enough to change as the client's needs change, correct?
Yeah, correct. And you are absolutely describing configurability. You have to be able to configure standard products, and that requires collaboration with our clients. Why? Because previously, for each project, we were designing a different product, because each client, for all of their projects, had different specifications, different type of oil and gas, that remains, but they were really in a mindset that we're going to tailor the production for a specific field and a specific project. And so from a mindset perspective, that's a complete change for us and our clients. So we couldn't have done it without our clients, because it's a philosophical really change. So we were very open with our clients, proposing this solution, and as well to give you a concrete example of our open-mindedness. We accepted our clients' requests sometimes to change the standard because they had very valid points. So CTO is not a rigid kind of process. It's as well accepting changes, but the main difference is it's not a change specific for a project or for a client. It's a change that's going to be open and available to all the other clients. So the collaboration has been a key aspect of being successful in 2.0 in CTO, because without it, there would be no CTO without our clients. So it's a very valid point.
Talk a little bit more, if you would, about collaboration. We see a lot of it in this industry as corporations, companies join forces out of necessity sometimes. Technique FMC included. So some of the solutions that your company is focused on, can you get more specific on that?
Yeah, obviously. So coming to that and this collaboration aspect, I wanted to highlight something as well for our suppliers and the supply chain, because again, we are talking about an ecosystem here. It's not just us, it's not just the client, it's as well the suppliers. And when you look at this operating model that is CTO, what are the benefits for our suppliers? Well, they get in advance most standard part numbers, equipment and things we supply from them. And from this perspective, they were always juggling with all these orders and parts numbers from Technip FMC from all over the world that were different. And that's why they were asking us, I need 12 months, I need 18 months to deliver what you need, because again, it's different. So I need to change my manufacturing setup so I can supply Technip FMC with what you need. Now that you are moving on, because we have this tight relationship with a selected pool of suppliers that are working with us, they know in advance the standard things we're going to ask for them. So for our suppliers as well, it means, again, we are much more predictable as Technip FMC. It's not just for our clients. And we are able to drive this efficiency and collaboration throughout the industry, not just between us and our clients. It's, really it's an ecosystem we are building, and everybody is gaining from this ecosystem, from more throughput, more predictability, and then accelerating time to first production, which is our client, I would say, grail or end game, which is if I could deliver this field, 6 months or a year in advance, I would have a massive, return for our clients. So this collaboration, it's an example with our suppliers. We open the books, we are very open with them. They know in advance, it's standard, and we get a great amount of efficiency out of the supply chain thanks to this collaboration.
Keyword, efficiency. Very good. Okay. We want to talk a little bit about carbon transportation and storage is a quickly emerging aspect. Can you expand on the greenhouse gas and CO2 transportation and storage aspect?
Yeah, so jumping on, I would say, energy transition globally, what TechnipFMC is trying to achieve here essentially is to be really perceived as we are an energy architect overall in the energy industry, is to, I would say, transpose what we know in subsea, what we know in our surface business into the energy transition space. We're not going to build from scratch, a new leg and a new business, because we believe, as we have so much experience on offshore energy, we can use this experience, this capability that we have, in engineering with our supply chain, typically to supply, on the offshore renewable, with our manufacturing footprint. We believe we can use that smartly to deliver on the energy transition, space. So we have 3 pillars. It's fairly simple. And you were asking about the first pillar, which is, and I'll come back to it, which is greenhouse gas removal. And here we talk about safely, reliably, and gather, transport, inject CO2 in our fields. The second pillar is offshore renewable. Here, we believe as TechnipFMC, we are the best at subsea, underwater, and so we think when you look at offshore renewable, a lot about the seabed, your foundation, mooring lines, dynamic power cable, floating structures. All this knowledge exists already in the offshore energy, so we think we can use that to deliver offshore renewable. And our third, I would say, pillar of our energy transition strategy is around hydrogen, because we think if we look a little bit ahead in the future, hydrogen is going to be needed and necessary to store energy, and there is no better place to do that than subsea, because maybe I'll expand a little bit after that, but I'm passionate about why it makes sense to talk about hydrogen offshore and subsea. So looking at the integrated carbon transportation storage solution we are developing, essentially, if you look at a CCUS, so carbon and utilization storage system, you have the emitter of CO2 and you need to capture it. That's not our scope. We don't capture the CO2. Our scope starts when you gather the CO2. You need to treat the CO2 because sometimes you have to compress it. You have to remove a little bit of water, a little bit of certain things. So we have all this equipment that are necessary to do so. And then you need to transport it, sometimes quite a distance from the emitter source to the injection site. And our scope goes up to the injection well, because we can supply as well, again, our wellheads, our trees, whether offshore or onshore, to inject the CO2. So TechnipFMC value proposition, if you want, is, hey, Mr. Total Energies, Talos, our partner in it, or whoever, we can provide you a system that is complete from the gathering station up to the injection point. That's what we do by leveraging what already exists in the energy industry.
So are you able to, I'm going a bit off track here, but I wanted to ask about gathering the data from the operators and utilizing that on a day-to-day basis, but it is data that sometimes changes on a day-to-day basis. How adaptable and nimble can you be with those needs? Can you meet them on a timely scale to make sure the client does perhaps save money or perhaps doesn't make a mistake?
Look, it's a very good question, and maybe I'll use a tangible example of a certain data that is super important, I would say, for CCUS. That is essentially, how do we know CO2 is not leaking? And what we have to do here is actually measure through sensors the CO2 injection rate and then measure if there is any gas leak coming from either the well or the reservoir. But then you need an integrated control system, smart, that is able to make decisions based on all these data and sensors. So it's typically one type of data that is absolutely critical for our clients, because I can tell you when we discuss with the authorities, CO2 leakage is a massive topic on CCUS side, and they want to be absolutely 100% sure there will be no leak either from the reservoir of the system or from the well. So it's typically here we leverage TechnipFMC integrated control system solutions to track from the pipeline, from the gathering facility to the pipeline, to the well, to the reservoir, holistically CO2 tracking. And that's typically something our clients are extremely, see that as extremely important, because from a regulation perspective, environment perspective, and simply say HSE, it's a critical matter. So data in this aspect is fundamental.
I wanted to ask about offshore, but before I do that, another thought that occurred to me was I want you to put your salesman hat on just for a moment. And can you, we had a discussion before the interview began about the old way of doing things and how you are able to do things in a different and more effective, efficient way. Can you compare and contrast? Because there are clients, there are people who have been doing this for many years and say our way works fine. We're just fine. Why do we need to change? And so that would be the question. Why do they need to change?
So it's a question we debate a lot at the moment. So if you look, and I'll use the energy transition as a typical example, we see a very different behaviors in this space because a lot of innovation is being required to make it happen. And if we use our Deep Purple hydrogen development, for instance, it's a consortium here because we knew alone we couldn't deliver this complete system. So we are using partners with us. We have some clients like Repsol or Vattenfall. So we have a utility. We have a kind of oil and gas traditional company that is diversifying in energy transition. We have NEL, which is supplying more the electrolyzer of the project. We're going to have an ABB for the power equipment system. We have a TechnipFMC because it's our baby, if you want, that is the integrator, overall architect, delivering the full system, and we are teaming up together. And I can tell you, when you look at the energy transition, we are not alone doing that because we are in a race against time. We want to go fast, and we think we have to collaborate together. We have to put our brains together at the same time in same moment to deliver this value. And we don't have 50 years. The oil and gas traditional industry is a little bit slow because there are heavy risks when you introduce an innovation on the market. And so our clients are sometimes a little bit reluctant to go fast and deliver innovation. In the energy transition space, it's a different behavior. We don't have time. We have to go fast. And so we jointly innovate. There is more open innovation than maybe in the traditional energy space. And that's something, if we look at, again, ICTS, our solution, we are teaming up with Talos Energy, with a client, together, because we felt we could be so much quicker by teaming up, taking the best of Talos, taking the best of TechnipFMC, than trying us ourselves alone to convince our clients. It's another example that in this space, innovation is the key and doing it together is the rule, if you want, versus alone.
Let's build on that because you mentioned Deep Purple, and for those who may not be familiar, tell us about Deep Purple and what technologies and collaborations are involved there.
Good question. I introduced Deep Purple, we haven't talked about it, but Deep Purple essentially is integrating wind or any offshore renewable source with hydrogen together. TechnipFMC, we believe the combination of offshore renewable and hydrogen is a winning combination because offshore wind, tidal, wave, whatever, offshore renewable source, it is intermittent. And all the downsides and drawback that comes with intermittency. And we believe that by combining hydrogen production with this intermittent renewable green production source, we could come to a stable solution and stable system. Why that? If you look at wind, sometimes we're going to have peak production that are above what we need, and we're going to use, if you're on this peak production, to produce hydrogen through simple electrolysis. And when there is no wind, we can use this hydrogen and turn it back to electricity. So we can have actually a system that is kind of roughly stable in terms of electricity output if we combine hydrogen, store this energy subsea, and deliver it to the end client. And that's the beauty, I would say, of Deep Purple, is combining these two energies together.
If you would, in the closing minutes that we have, give us some thoughts on a buzzword here at OTC 2023, or phrase, if you will, of course, is energy transition, the new energy that is coming along and preparing for the future is another way of putting it, I guess. But if you would, talk about how you are positioned to move forward, and as your clients perhaps are a part of this transition, you and your company can also be a part of it.
Yeah. So look, I would say, energy transition is not even a buzzword anymore because it's already happening.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking, Europe is now producing more power, through renewable sources than any other sources. So, this transition is ongoing, happening already. It's not new anymore. I think you've seen the shift from all our clients in terms of investment. So TechnipFMC, we are fully on board, on this journey. I think what we want actually to do is continue this TechnipFMC culture of driving innovation, technologies in this space together with our clients, because we think we could be, if you want, a catalyst, or we could accelerate the offshore renewable market. Because today, the maturity of floating offshore wind, floating tidal, and other elements is not yet there compared to onshore solar or onshore wind, for instance. What's lacking? What's lacking is companies that step up to industrialize and make it efficient and reliable. And when you look at what we have in front of us, is lots of dynamic inter-array power cable that we are developing. It's foundation, it's a complete system that is under the sea, that we think company like us could really accelerate in the coming months and years. So again, TechnipFMC position is pursue and continue our technology leadership and mindset to support our clients to accelerate their offshore renewable transition that is happening at the moment.
So it looks like you're positioning for the future. I mean, we're looking at a company, we talk about energy transition, but you must have to look 10, 15, 20 years down the road to be able to presume and associate with what the companies are where they are going to be at that time frame. So you have to be ahead of that curve.
That's correct. So, if we look at the three pillars, greenhouse gas removal, floating renewable, and hydrogen, I'd say the first one to come to market is definitely greenhouse gas removal in CCUS. We have this partnership with Talos. We are working on different projects with them. So I'd say this is a little bit more mature. That might be the first market that's going to materialize for us. The others, as you say, we already have some success, some position with our partners. But you are right in a sense. We are really looking a little bit ahead in the future. If we look at the hydrogen portion of it, we are at the moment in pilot phase, demonstrating the technologies in one of our sites with this ecosystem of partners with us together. And by end of the year, we would have, I would say, concluded this pilot. But the next stage is then an offshore real demonstration and pilot. So if you think about it, it's not for next year that we can really sell and leverage that. We are trying to position this, ecosystem of partners and ourselves, as you said, for the next 5 to 10 years to be there when our clients would have, scaling and accelerating with hydrogen, but not today.
We will look forward to the demos so we can all see a little bit of a glimpse as to what the future is with TechnipFMC.
It would be a pleasure to invite you to our site in Norway and look at the pilot.
And I would take that invitation in a heartbeat. Yeah. I appreciate your time so much, Laurent. And thank you also for joining us here on Energy Insights. We will have much more throughout the day here at OTC 2023. I'm your host, Ed Hyland. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to day 3 of OTC 2023. I'm Ed Highland. This year's show has been incredible. It's an amazing conference to gain insights into the latest trends and developments in offshore technologies. If topics like subsea engineering, renewable energy, and directional drilling are of interest, you've come to the right place. Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Energy, excitement, and education. I'm Allison Berger, and day 2 of OTC 2023 is just getting started. So let's take a look at everything happening today. An action-packed Tuesday at OTC kicked off with an executive dialogue on cybersecurity. New technologies comes with new concerns. Speakers focusing on how to protect yourself from a cyber attack.
As the leaders in your organization, the managers of your organization, it's at least important to understand that you need to at least have that good team. You need to know the people that are doing it and have some understanding of how cybersecurity is implemented across the organization. But you don't necessarily need to leave here and think, I have to become a cybersecurity expert.
Be creative about the way you approach cybersecurity and think about the things you do. It doesn't matter if you spend $1 million or $2 million on a firewall and you got employees that are going around and surfing and going to places they shouldn't be going and clicking on things they shouldn't be clicking on.
Also Tuesday morning, an engaging session on energy. The panel discussing sustainability, energy transitions, and investments.
A lot of interest in the topic of energy transitions and a great panel. So it was a robust conversation, touched on a lot of points that I think are relevant for everybody here. So it was a lot of fun. There are lots of really interesting nascent technologies that have the potential to be very impactful in terms of driving lower carbon futures. But there's still a lot of work to do. And we touched on some of those points. Collaboration, of course, across value chains is critical for success, but that means that there's a role for policy, there's a role for investors at the upstream, midstream, and downstream, as well as investors in new technologies that really need project development to occur in a really robust way.
Those in the audience learning about the challenges and opportunities on the road to net zero.
We can change the technologies that we use. We can change the way we are more efficient in the consumption of oil and gas. For example, as a technology provider in the oil and gas industry, we helped our customers reduce 700,000 tons of CO2 last year just by changing technologies. Not producing less, just changing the way we produce.
Rounding out the Tuesday morning sessions, a fascinating case study on Guyana. The country is making headlines for trading carbon credits from its standing forest.
When Dr. Ramsarup talks about Guyana growing 40+%, that is a material change in the environment that you are seeing. When you hear things like capital works, public spending being increased by 300% over a matter of a few years, that infrastructure work is changing the landscape and the lived reality of Guyanese in contemporary Guyana.
The panel discussed Guyana's offshore projects and commitment to a low-carbon economy.
We've got one of the largest rainforests in the world, 19.5 gigatons of carbon. So we are contributing to a low-carbon development strategy. So as the world fights about emissions, and we are producing carbon to protect the ecosystems around the world.
There's a reason OTC attracts tens of thousands of attendees and exhibitors each and every year. So we want to know what keeps them coming back.
OTC is where everything happens in oil and gas. It's the most important event in the world.
It's the center of oil fields in the world, where more than 90 countries come here, so it's an opportunity to see what's new and what's happening in the world of oil.
We come to find new suppliers, better suppliers, look at customers, new customers, and so it's always fun to come and see all the new technologies and what's new.
The Energy Transition Pavilion stage was a popular spot Tuesday afternoon. Siemens Energy discussing carbon dioxide compression considerations for offshore CCUS.
I always tell folks, if you give us the flow rate the inlet pressure and the discharge pressure, we can come back to you pretty quickly with what type of compressor it is, how big it is, a lot of the important information you're going to need to even start any discussions with anybody. But CO2 is complicated. It is a very high mole weight gas, if you all remember that from high school. It has a strong real gas behavior, which means it's very difficult to predict, especially at higher pressures.
We are rounding out Tuesday with another enthralling executive dialogue. This one about the rising Earth temperature and its enormous energy potential.
Geothermal has something to offer for everyone, from your home to power plants to lithium to joining with other intermittent renewables to make a better project. It's ubiquitous, and we're using it well, but not enough.
Speakers talking about the potential of the Earth's geothermal energy and how to harness it.
We're hoping here at OTC that the oil and gas operators will really come big into geothermal because it's very adjacent to what they already do.
A key part of OTC is focusing on the future of offshore energy, and that includes the people leading the way.
I'm so honored to be here this afternoon to be named as the OTC Emerging Leaders Class of 2023.
It's really appreciation about how the collective effort the industry is taking, moving to a greener and cleaner environment of the industries.
OTC welcoming in its 2023 Emerging Leaders, honored contributions to the offshore energy sector, service to the industry, and focus on safety.
Obviously, first of all, it's a great honor to be nominated from my colleague and coworker. And at the same time, it's nice to get recognized. You don't always do that in your daily work.
There's still so much more to come here at OTC 2023. To keep up with it all, download the OTC mobile app where you can search sessions and networking opportunities and more, all from the palm of your hand. From OTC 2023 Day 2, I'm Allison Berger.
Today's program is focused on emerging technologies and innovations, including topics like unmanned systems and deep-sea mining. Plus, don't forget to check out the exhibition hall where you can explore the latest products and services from knowledgeable exhibitors. Learn more about the latest technologies shaping the industry. So, get ready for another great day at the Offshore Technology Conference 2023. geophysicist at ExxonMobil. Alex, thanks so much for coming by, joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Hey, wanted to talk a little bit about you, your future. There's a lot of stuff happening in your world, but let's talk a little bit about the show first, perhaps. And it's just exciting to be here. We had a little bit of downtime, if you will, because of COVID, and now we are just going gangbusters.
Yeah, it's back in full force, and the energy here on the floor as well as in the technical sessions is pretty amazing, really electric.
Let's talk a little bit about the programs, things that have kind of lit your fire, so to speak.
All right, well, every year what I like to see in the program are basically three different things. One is just the technical program. Myself, I'm a big geek and a technical person, and so I love seeing the technical program, and especially part of that, the integrated projects. And so this year, Shell did a fantastic job bringing forward a project about the VITO program that they have in the Gulf of Mexico. So great technical content. That was earlier in the week. On top of that, also like the awards ceremony, and so that's really recognizing people who've had distinguished achievements and bringing forward and helping to progress the entire industry, as well as projects. And there, again, personally, I'm very happy because ExxonMobil won an award this year for the Liza project, our Guyana project.
Great.
So very, very happy about that. And then the last bit on the awards is with the emerging leaders, and that's where we're trying to get the next generation of folks and bring them forward. And so it's recognizing people with less than 10 years of experience in industry. And we had the award ceremony yesterday, and it was just fantastic seeing the bright, shiny new people helping out, and I look forward to seeing what they do in the next few decades.
If you don't mind, let's talk a little bit about each of those, and like on the technical programs and the sessions there. You said you were kind of a geek and got into it. Can you share with those of us who are fellow geeks why it's not only cool to go to technical sessions, but also gives you an opportunity to maybe sort of cross-pollinate, go to different technical sessions and pick up different bits along the way, and maybe something that's a little outside your normal range of expertise.
Definitely. One of the fascinating things and unique things about OTC is that it's a collaboration between 13 different professional societies. So myself, I represent the Geophysics Society, but there also are other non-geology, there are materials, all kinds of different societies represented here. And so the unique thing is that everybody is collaborating together to bring forward the program. So you have both deep technical expertise, but the nice thing is you can look across all of these various niche disciplines and look at the overall program and be able to connect the dots. And so when I go to the technical program, I like going to the things that I'm comfortable with and familiar with, deepening my technical expertise. But I also pick things that are way outside of my comfort zone that I know nothing about to see, are there dots there that I could connect to? And that's the great thing about this program that's really unique compared to other conferences out there.
What's the line? A year's worth of information and learning in just a week being here at OTC.
Exactly, yes.
Tell us a little bit about, as an industry veteran, how exciting it is to see these emerging leaders that are coming forward, the next generation, so to speak.
Well, it's great seeing them come forward, and the selection program is very rigorous to bring them into the program. They have to be nominated by their peers, and they also have to be active in their industry societies. And so it's a pretty tough competition, and the folks who are selected as the awardees are very fantastic folks, highly regarded in each of their different disciplines. And for them, once they win this, then it gives them broader industry recognition, and I'm already seeing some of the folks who won yesterday getting interested in being more involved in professional societies and growing their networks and expanding and learning and continuing to become, hopefully, industry veterans down the road.
Yeah, it's a launching pad. It really is. And as you are advancing yourself, the executive dialogue must be incredibly beneficial.
Yes. So the executive dialogue, the board works on that one every year, and we've had it for a few years now. And with that, what we try to do is bring in high-level, C-level thought leaders for a wide variety of things. It's not just established technologies. So for instance, on Monday, I was having a dialogue with someone who is with the tidal energy company. So dealing with wave energy and currents. That's a nascent technology, and we'll see where it goes over the next few decades. And a big part of this is for us to bring in a variety of tools in our toolkit, because oil and gas, our core for the OTC, that's been our core for many, many years, is only part of the toolkit. The world's energy needs are always growing beyond that. And so for all of this on our toolkit, it's always a yes and. What else can we bring in to help find affordable energy to help fuel the world?
Yeah, I know years ago when I was coming to OTC, I mean, it was oil and gas, that was all. But now with energy transition, I mean, the world has literally broadened into this big kaleidoscope of, I mean, with wind and solar and now and tidal energy. I mean, just so many different aspects to. You're gonna have to change the name of the conference maybe to encompass all the different forms of energy.
Well, that's the nice thing. It's the Offshore Technology Conference. It isn't specific to any one type of energy. And with the technologies we have, you know, the core work that has been developed for the many, many decades for the oil and gas industry are very, very transferable to wind, solar, and everything else. You need the same sort of mooring technology to hook things to the seafloor. You need to understand the wave currents. And a lot of the meta-ocean work has been done for oil and gas platforms. So almost all the things that you see here on this awesome floor are transferable for these other energies. And so this is a fantastic place for those energies to be coming to continue to grow and, you know, find what they need.
And you can see that just walking around the floor. I mean, it's you can go from one area to the other. It's just fascinating to watch. Before we leave, wanted to ask a little bit about your future. The gavel is being handed over to you within the next 24 hours or so. And so we wanted to talk a little bit about what do you see as your role and what do you think is going to be happening, say, over the next couple of years of your role as president?
Yeah, so I have some very big shoes to fill. Paul Jones has been a fantastic chair, and I've learned a lot from him as well as the other board members. And so at the end of the day tomorrow, I take over, the gavel gets handed over to me, and I become chair of the board for 2 years. And I'm looking forward to continuing to take OTC through the energy evolution or energy transition and, you know, maintain the core around our traditional oil and gas, but also grow these other nascent areas and emerging areas. And hopefully keep it as a strong technical collaboration opportunity for everyone.
And I promoted you to president instead of chair, but congratulations. You've worked
All right.
hard, I know. Got an extra year, I guess, on your co-chairmanship in the process because of COVID.
Correct.
Thank you so much for joining us and keeping us up to date on what's happening with OTC.
All right, thanks, Ed.
All right, Alex, and thanks so much. We'll continue to bring you the very latest right here on Energy Insights at OTC 2023. Welcome to day 3 of OTC 2023. I'm Ed Highland. This year's show has been incredible. It's an amazing conference to gain insights into the latest trends and developments in offshore technologies. If topics like subsea engineering, renewable energy, and directional drilling are of interest, you've come to the right place. Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Energy, excitement, and education. I'm Allison Berger, and day 2 of OTC 2023 is just getting started. So let's take a look at everything happening today. An action-packed Tuesday at OTC kicked off with an executive dialogue on cybersecurity. New technologies comes with new concerns. Speakers focusing on how to protect yourself from a cyber attack.
As the leaders in your organization, the managers in your organization, it's at least important to understand that you need to at least have that good team. You need to know the people that are doing it and have some understanding of how cybersecurity is implemented across the organization. But you don't necessarily need to lead and think, I have to become a cybersecurity expert.
Be creative about the way you approach cybersecurity and think about the things you do. It doesn't matter if you spend $1 million or $2 million on a firewall and you got employees that are going around and surfing and going to places they shouldn't be going and clicking on things they shouldn't be clicking on.
Also Tuesday morning, an engaging session on energy. The panel discussing sustainability, energy transitions, and investments.
A lot of interest in the topic of energy transitions and a great panel. So it was a robust conversation, touched on a lot of points that I think are relevant for everybody here. So it was a lot of fun. There are lots of really interesting nascent technologies that have the potential to be very impactful in terms of driving lower carbon futures. But there's still a lot of work to do. And we touched on some of those points. Collaboration, of course, across value chains is critical for success, but That means that there's a role for policy, there's a role for investors at the upstream, midstream, and downstream, as well as investors in new technologies that really need project development to occur in a really robust way.
Those in the audience learning about the challenges and opportunities on the road to net zero.
We can change the technologies that we use. We can change the way we are more efficient in the consumption of oil and gas. For example, as a technology provider in the oil and gas industry, we helped our customers reduce 700,000 tons of CO2 last year just by changing technologies. Not producing less, just changing the way we produce.
Rounding out the Tuesday morning sessions, a fascinating case study on Guyana. The country is making headlines for trading carbon credits from its standing forests.
When Dr. Ramsaroop talks about Guyana growing 40+%, that is a material change in the environment that you are seeing. When you hear things like capital works, public spending being increased by 300% over a matter of a few years, that infrastructure work is changing the landscape and the lived reality of Guyanese in contemporary Guyana.
The panel discussed Guyana's offshore projects and commitment to a low-carbon economy.
We've got one of the largest rainforests in the world, 19.5 gigatons of carbon. So we are contributing to a low-carbon development strategy. So as the world fights about emissions, and we are producing carbon to protect the ecosystems around the world.
There's a reason OTC attracts tens of thousands of attendees and exhibitors each and every year. So we want to know what keeps them coming back.
OTC is where everything happens in oil and gas. It's the most important event in the world.
It's the center of oil fields in the world, where more than 90 countries come here, so it's an opportunity to see what's new and what's happening in the world of oil.
We come to find new suppliers, better suppliers, look at customers, new customers, and so it's always fun to come and see all the new technologies and what's new.
The Energy Transition Pavilion stage was a popular spot Tuesday afternoon. Siemens Energy discussing carbon dioxide compression considerations for offshore CCUS.
I always tell folks, if you give us the flow rate, the inlet pressure, and the discharge pressure, we can come back to you pretty quickly with what type of compressor it is, how big it is, a lot of the important information you're going to need to even start any discussions with anybody. But CO2 is complicated. It is a very high mole weight gas, if y'all remember that from high school. It has a strong real gas behavior, which means it's very difficult to predict, especially at higher pressures.
We are rounding out Tuesday with another enthralling executive dialogue. This one about the rising Earth temperature and its enormous energy potential.
Geothermal has something to offer for everyone, from your home to power plants to lithium to joining with other intermittent renewables to make a better project. It's ubiquitous, and we're not enough.
Speakers talking about the potential of the Earth's geothermal energy and how to harness it.
We're hoping here at OTC that the oil and gas operators will really come big into geothermal because it's very adjacent to what they already do.
A key part of OTC is focusing on the future of offshore energy, and that includes the people leading the way.
I'm so honored to be here this afternoon to be named as the OTC Emerging Leaders Class of 2023.
It's really appreciation about how the collective effort the industry is taking, moving to a greener and cleaner environment of industries.
OTC welcoming in its 2023 Emerging Leaders, honored contributions to the offshore energy sector, service to the industry, and focus on safety.
Obviously, first of all, it's a great honor to be nominated from my colleague and coworker. And at the same time, it's nice to get recognized. You don't always do that in your daily work.
There's still so much more to come here at OTC 2023. To keep up with it all, download the OTC mobile app where you can search sessions and networking opportunities and more, all from the palm of your hand. From OTC 2023 Day 2, I'm Allison Berger.
Today's program is focused on emerging technologies and innovations, including topics like unmanned systems and deep sea mining. Plus, don't forget to check out the exhibition hall where you can explore the latest products and services from knowledgeable exhibitors. Learn more about the latest technologies shaping the industry. So, get ready for another great day at the Offshore Technology Conference 2023. Welcome to day 3 of OTC 2023. I'm Ed Highland. This year's show has been incredible. It's an amazing conference to gain insights into the latest trends and developments in offshore technologies. If topics like subsea engineering, renewable energy, and directional drilling are of interest, you've come to the right place. Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Energy, excitement, and education. I'm Allison Berger, and day 2 of OTC 2023 is just getting started. So let's take a look at everything happening today. An action-packed Tuesday at OTC kicked off with an executive dialogue on cybersecurity. New technologies comes with new concerns. Speakers focusing on how to protect yourself from a cyber attack.
As the leaders in your organization, the managers of your organization, it's at least important to understand that you need to at least have that good team. You need to know the people that are doing it and have some understanding of how cybersecurity is implemented across the organization. But you don't necessarily need to lead and think, I have to become a cybersecurity expert.
Be creative about the way you approach cybersecurity and think about the things you do. It doesn't matter if you spend $1 million or $2 million on a firewall and you got employees that are going around and surfing and going to places they shouldn't be going and clicking on things they shouldn't be clicking on.
Also Tuesday morning, an engaging session on energy. The panel discussing sustainability, energy transitions, and investments.
A lot of interest in the topic of energy transitions and a great panel. So it was a robust conversation, touched on a lot of points that I think are relevant for everybody here. So it was a lot of fun. There are lots of really interesting nascent technologies that have the potential to be very impactful in terms of driving lower carbon futures. But there's still a lot of work to do. And we touched on some of those points. Collaboration, of course, across value chains is critical for success, but that means that there's a role for policy, there's a role for investors at the upstream, midstream, and downstream, as well as investors in new technologies that really need, project development to occur in a really robust way.
Those in the audience learning about the challenges and opportunities on the road to net zero.
We can change the technologies that we use. We can change the way we are more efficient in the consumption of oil and gas. For example, as a technology provider in the oil and gas industry, we helped our customers reduce 700,000 tons of CO2 last year just by changing technologies. Not producing less, just changing the way we produce.
Rounding out the Tuesday morning sessions, a fascinating case study on Guyana. The country is making headlines for trading carbon credits from its standing forests.
When Dr. Ramsaroop talks about Guyana growing 40+%, that is a material change in the environment that you are seeing. When you hear things like capital works, public spending being increased by 300% over a matter of a few years, that infrastructure work is changing the landscape and the lived reality of Guyanese in contemporary Guyana.
The panel discussed Guyana's offshore projects and commitment to a low-carbon economy.
We've got one of the largest rainforests in the world, 19.5 gigatons of carbon. So we are contributing to low carbon development strategy. So as the world fights about emissions, and we are producing carbon to protect the ecosystems around the world.
There's a reason OTC attracts tens of thousands of attendees and exhibitors each and every year. So we want to know what keeps them coming back.
OTC is where everything happens in oil and gas. It's the most important event in the world.
It's the center of oil fields in the world, where more than 90 countries come here, so it's opportunity to see what's new and what's happening in the world of oil.
We come to find new suppliers, better suppliers, look at customers, new customers, and so it's always fun to come and see all the new technologies and what's new.
The Energy Transition Pavilion stage was a popular spot Tuesday afternoon. Siemens Energy discussing carbon dioxide compression considerations for offshore CCUS.
I always tell folks, if you give us the flow rate, the inlet pressure and the discharge pressure, we can come back to you pretty quickly with what type of compressor it is, how big it is, a lot of the important information you're going to need to even start any discussions with anybody. But CO2 is complicated. It is a very high mole weight gas, if y'all remember that from high school. It has a strong real gas behavior, which means it's very difficult to predict, especially at higher pressures.
We are rounding out Tuesday with another enthralling executive dialogue. This one about the rising Earth temperature and its enormous energy potential.
Geothermal has something to offer for everyone, from your home to power plants to lithium to joining with other intermittent renewables to make a better project. It's ubiquitous, and we're using it well, but not enough.
Speakers talking about the potential of the Earth's geothermal energy and how to harness it.
We're hoping here at OTC that the oil and gas operators will really come big into geothermal because it's very adjacent to what they already do.
A key part of OTC is focusing on the future of offshore energy, and that includes the people leading the way.
I'm so honored to be here this afternoon to be named as the OTC Emerging Leaders Class of 2023.
It's really appreciation about how the collective effort the industry is taking, moving to a greener and cleaner environment on the industries.
OTC welcoming in its 2023 Emerging Leaders, honored contributions to the offshore energy sector, service to the industry, and focus on safety.
Obviously, first of all, it's a great honor to be nominated from my colleague and coworker. And at the same time, it's nice to get recognized. You don't always do that in your daily work.
There's still so much more to come here at OTC 2023. To keep up with it all, download the OTC mobile app where you can search sessions and networking opportunities and more, all from the palm of your hand. From OTC 2023 Day 2, I'm Allison Berger.
Today's program is focused on emerging technologies and innovations, including topics like unmanned systems and deep-sea mining. Plus, don't forget to check out the exhibition hall where you can explore the latest products and services from knowledgeable exhibitors. Learn more about the latest technologies shaping the industry. So, get ready for another great day at the Offshore Technology Conference 2023. Hello once again. Welcome back to Energy Insights here at OTC 2023. I'm your host, Ed Highland. Another fabulous day on the show floor. Please, if you have an opportunity, get out, explore, and learn, because that's what it's all about. And that's what we're going to do right now as we talk to Saurabh Kapoor, who's the product champion for cementing. Thank you so much for coming by and joining us.
Welcome, and thanks for the opportunity.
And I will stop here just long enough to tell you that we do have some music starting up in the back, which is what it's all about here on the show floor. So if it gets a little loud, hang with us, and then you can come listen to the music, okay? Let's talk about EcoShield. What is it exactly?
So EcoShield is one of the disruptive and most innovative technologies cementing services could have seen in decades. It's a family of products where we are talking about sustainability and bringing it along with performance. So the industry is going through the transition. We are all talking about sustainability, and then we look at carbon emitters. Cement as such is one of the biggest emitters. A ton of cement manufactured is roughly a ton of CO2 emitted to the air. So we thought of how about replacing cement itself and doing cementing without cement. So that's what EcoShield is about.
Tell us about the geopolymers.
Right. So the way we identify the technology, we say it as cement-free geopolymer system. So geopolymers are practically the raw materials which can be either a byproduct of an industrial process or could be naturally occurring minerals which could set in presence of high pH, like alkali medium, to give you very robust bonds. These bonds could be stronger than your cement bonds, so they don't go through the same chemistry as cement and water, but they set and they are hard as if it's like cement. So they are not cement, but they set like cement.
Okay, well I want to explore that just a little bit about how you can tell us how a technology that's low carbon alternative to cement and how it's basically different than other offerings in the market.
Right. So like SLB and a lot of our other service providers in the industry have been providing low carbon cements where they are trying to reduce the concentration of cement itself in the system. What we are trying to do with EcoShield as such, we are trying to make it cement free. So basically we are going to have no cement in the system. So as I said, manufacturing of cement is a high energy incentive, a process where a lot of fuel is consumed to manufacture cement. And if I'm going to remove cement from my designs, I'm going to save all that energy and all that emissions. So that's why it's disruptive. It's a step change in that way.
Give us some ideas on the fluid design, the operational range, that sort of thing.
Right. So one of the important aspects for this project was that cement as a material has existed in the industry for over 100 years. Now I'm talking about changing cement. So it's already a big mindset change for my customers that I'm going to come with a new material, how it's going to perform, how the durability would be. So we thought if I'm going to make a change like this, I need to keep everything as they would see in a typical standard job. So with the same equipment, same workflow, they should be able to do the job or operations. The operating range for now is like mid-temperature range. We could cover different properties from customizing the thickening time. It's a technical term on how you make cement set faster or shorter in downhole. You can control the compressive strength development, like how the set properties of this system would look like. What's the hardness after certain time period. You can control the fluid loss, which is also a property important on placing the system in the downhole. So when we compare these basic properties, that's how we define the operating range. I could pretty much copy what I can do with conventional systems in EcoShield.
So that's what I was going to ask, is it comparable to just traditional cement?
It is comparable. Like when you talk about these properties, I could actually give you the same property, customizable to your wells. Today we have limits till medium temperature, but we are working on extensions as we speak now.
And you say you can use the same equipment, the same delivery method.
Right, so like we have standard pumping equipment, which is always actually a pump truck, which is behind us, a similar setup either for land or for offshore. And if I cannot do my operations with those setups, basically I'm creating a hurdle. So that was our first point, right? That we need to use the same equipment, same workflows to do the jobs.
And longevity, has you had a chance, because you're relatively new, have you had a chance to examine the durability? Will it last as long as traditional cement?
And that's a very good question, and that's a question which comes to us from all our customers, even regulators, because when we talk about cementing as a process, we always talk about well integrity and what's the durability of those wells, because the wells are drilled for a couple of years, at times maybe 5-10 years of production. If we go to certain fields, it could be decades of production, right? So your sheet of your barrier needs to last for that long. What we have done, the research started a couple of years back. We did some aggressive lab testing under very extreme conditions to get those proof points. Then we did certain yard tests to prove the scalability before we actually started pumping it in the field. So that way, the longevity was tested in terms of some lab experiments. Scalability was tested with field trials, and then we did something called cement bond logs, which is quite common in the industry, using sonic, ultrasonic tools to validate that the same sheet is behind the casing. So to a layman, if I remove the labels and I just put 2 logs in front, they cannot distinguish between a cement log and an EcoShield log. So that's the beauty of our solution.
Now you moved from land-based initially to offshore, so give us some thoughts about that transition. Maybe you could help myself and others who might be interested into how it evolved to where you said, okay, now we can move to a different environment for this for EcoShield.
Right. So from environmental perspective, actually doing cementing jobs as a process, it typically depends on the temperature and pressures of the well. So from that angle, actually a system which works for land is practically working for offshore as well. But in offshore, we need to take care of special logistics handling, and that's an area we are right now working on. So most of my proof points today are from land, and hopefully in short term we'll also be in offshore demonstrating the technology.
Give us some thoughts, if you would, on basically what would need to change to get EcoShield into the system, which is rather broad and extensive.
Right. So as I tried to explain, geopolymerization itself is a different chemistry when compared to a conventional cement chemistry. So today in our portfolio we have some proprietary additives or elements which are mixed together with the base raw material to form a set geopolymer. And those proprietary additives are something which we have to change from chemistry standpoint, but the operation remains the same. The company man on the rig or the drilling engineer would not see any difference on how it looks and feel on the rig.
Is this where we get into the WIT technology?
Yes, so WIT stands for Well Integrity Technology, where well integrity, as you tried to explain, durability is one of the elements. And that's how any cementing technology is classified as WIT as well. Providing integrity for life of well. Even after that, during P&A, you still need to do cementing to abandon the wells. So that's where potentially now EcoShield would come as an alternative and as a greener alternative.
Now, is EcoShield a product that you can get feedback from your customers to help you develop the EcoShield for different environments, for different areas? How important is that data to you?
Again, a very good question, right? Cement as a material have existed for 100 years. There are standards and protocols written about it. And now industry is changing at a fast pace for everywhere. There's a lot of data, there's a lot of analysis and AI coming into picture. That's the digital side. On the sustainability side, a lot of transformation is happening to find greener alternatives. So that change is needed, and that's where we need to partner with our customers, align with them in terms of building in those proof points for regulators to buy in and make changes into the protocols. of what define cementing as a process today.
Maybe a question that I should have asked probably earlier on is the raw materials. I mean,
Right.
we know where cement comes from and
Right.
how it is made. Give us some idea, maybe a little bit more of an explanation of what the raw materials are that help make it up and how that is sourced.
Right.
There's sourcing challenges exist across the industry.
Right.
Is it something that's readily available
Right.
that you can get out there?
Right. So as I tried to also explain while defining geopolymers, right, raw materials are coming either from a existing industrial process, waste of that process, or it could be a naturally occurring mineral. Now we need to find a right type of chemical or chemistry there in those raw materials where they could react. So not all the byproducts of an industrial process would set. So that's where our proprietary patents come into play, that we find those specific aluminosilicates, and then we use our proprietary products, mix them together to make it set.
Yeah. The secrets. All right.
The
so
secret.
We cannot reveal any secrets today, but we can talk about another aspect which I know your customers would ask, which is the cost factor. How
Right.
does it compare to something that they've used for quite some time?
Right. And that's another question which keeps coming, So my answer to that, right, we are bringing in a big change. It's a disruptive change, and we are looking for value-based pricing. So as long as we are providing value to our customers, that's what they're going to pay us for. So I think that's my sweet and short answer to the
Okay.
question.
Well, what are the goals then? What is the future that you see, and basically the vision, if you will, for this technology?
Right. So it's just the start of an exciting journey. Changing something like which has existed for decades, I would say 100 years, is not easy. What we have achieved so far is just a tip of iceberg. We are starting fresh, as I said, land environment. Gradually we're going to expand to other environments and application ranges as well. Temperatures and depth of operations and performance related factors, because it's going to be a family of products bringing in sustainability and performance hand in hand.
We talked a little bit about the manufacturing of EcoShield. Is the delivery method the same, or do you create this proprietary formula on site?
No, so we could actually customize it again, like for a typical land setting where we send all the dry blended product to the rig site, we can send it same way. The transport is going to be exactly the same. We could bring in a hybrid model where we send a portion of system as dry blend, and then we add some additives into water like we do in certain other locations. So it's practically customizable to what customer is doing today. No change there.
A question, this is a layperson question, but can the two technologies, I mean basic cement and EcoShield, can they exist at the same time? Is there any worry of them crossing and causing some issues with durability and that sort of thing?
Not from durability angle as such, but since it's the start of a new technology and new system, we are a bit cautious on how we are dealing with it. So at this stage, we would advise our users to only use one technology per section, but you can always use it in different sections, right? Like you can do a intermediate with EcoShield and maybe a surface with the conventional cement, or vice versa. We don't advise to mix it in the same job, like a lead or tail, no.
I was wondering about contamination,
Right.
That type of thing, because they are two very different technologies.
Right. And to be honest, like we have some very proprietary blends which exist in the market today. They are also treated the same way when handling is concerned. We don't want to, mix them a lot with existing Portland. Like there are lightweight versions of cementing technologies which are handled the same way today. You keep them separate because you don't want to contaminate them or transport them separately. So I think we're going to treat the blend same way.
Saurabh, are there any other things you would like to tell us? Give us that pitch, if you will, that
Right.
will get the word out to our friends here at OTC about EcoShield.
Right. No, so in few sentences, I would say EcoShield is a disruptive technology. SLB is first to market with something so innovative, especially in the cementing world, where things have stayed the same for 100 years. Along with us, we have a lot of customers and even regulators who are coming along in the journey, but it's just a start. And it's a tip of iceberg, as I said before. There's a long way to go, and we are excited.
So it's interesting to see this new innovation here at OTC 2023.
Right.
Fascinating. Mr. Kapoor, thank you so much for coming by and sharing with us today and telling us all about EcoShield.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you.
And this is OTC 2023. I'm Ed Highland. We'll have much more right here on Energy Inspirations. Back once again to Energy Insights. I'm Ed Highland here at OTC 2023. It's a busy day on the show floor. We have music playing behind us at an elevated level, which is part of the excitement of OTC 2023. And in between the music, we also have our friends from Halliburton. Sashi Taye, who's the product manager, drilling, automation, and digital solutions, and Milos Milosevic, who's the senior director for integrated digital well construction. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming by and joining us.
Thank you.
We will go through and kind of bounce with the music as we go along. So tell us a little bit about your thoughts, if you would, on the current state of automation and digitation of well construction in the industry.
I'll take that one, Ed.
Sure.
It's great to be here at OTC, lots of energy. And I need to say that in digitalization and automation of well construction, there's a whole lot of enthusiasm and energy. So it seems like everyone is trying to contribute. The applications are maturing. The whole automation story is coming to fore. And from our perspective, from Halliburton's perspective, we are integrating really the design and the execution with remote operations and bring some of our own solutions to the table. Now, there is a lot of excitement around drilling contractors who are automating what's happening on the rig. There is a lot of excitement in the operator community because they are changing how they do their own work. So I would say that we are certainly making progress, lots of progress. I know in the past digitalization has had some false starts, but I'm very hopeful that this time around I think it's going to stick because I think we are solving real problems.
It's great to hear, and Halliburton has been a leader, of course, in this area quite a bit. So can you tell us a little bit more about Halliburton's drill to produce journey, especially toward autonomous drilling?
Yeah, sure. So our theme, Drill to Produce, the goal here is to combine the drilling part, which is how do I get the most drilling performance out of my operations, with subsurface, right? So it's not just how can I maximize my performance, my ROP, but also consistently deliver my drilling performance, but place the well in the right zone. So the end goal being, from a customer standpoint, they're interested in producing oil, right? Not just drill wells. Of course. So how do I get to the right pay zone, the right reservoir section in the fastest and the most consistent manner? So that's kind of our theme for Drill to Produce.
Can you talk a little also about autonomous drilling, and it fits into the digitization of the broader well construction ecosystem?
So autonomous drilling, it's clearly a crucial part. I mean, we have to make the hole, right? That's a part of well construction, but there are many other activities that happen around autonomous drilling. How do you automate cementing operations? How do you automate hydraulic management? How do you automate some of the design or follow-up on what's happening? So all of those components are built around really the autonomous drilling and form an ecosystem. And so when you think about important things in this ecosystem, it's really about three things, which is about how do you free the data, so the data between these different ecosystems flow smoothly. How do you automate activities and processes, right? And then finally, how do you bring in remote operations and demand some of the activities on the rig? And clearly, autonomous drilling still at the heart of it.
And how long has this been evolving, this process? Because as you mentioned, there's been starts and stops,
right.
But can you give us some thoughts about the steps that have been taken to get to this point? And even some of the false starts, but you learn from those as well.
Right. I mean, to give you an example, right? Historically, everyone is focused on automating their part of the process, right? A service company comes in and they say, I'm going to automate the steering process of drilling a well. A rig contractor comes in and says, I'm going to automate what I do on the rig in terms of pipe handling, pipe connections. What's been missing in the past is this whole system level overview, right? How do I combine what the rig does to what's happening downhole so I can truly deliver the well in the right location? So that's where I think the big focus is happening moving forward, saying how do we integrate that everything? Now in Halliburton, we've taken an approach of looking at the system and saying, let's partner, let's develop relationships with the right rig contractors. We'll have a system that can connect to any of the rig systems so we can autonomously talk, exchange information back and forth while we are able to control our downhole system. Right? So I see the system level focus is what's going to drive us to our end goal of autonomous drilling.
And this is really, just if I can add something, this is really a win-win for both the oilfield service companies, the drilling contractors, and for the operators, because we perform better, we create better wells, it's more efficient, less non-productive time, fewer problems. That's good for us, it's good for the operators as well. And so I think there is a whole lot of room for collaboration and seeing how this digital system that we are building scales out. So looking for that, yeah.
Well, something that I would be curious about is there has been traditional ways of doing things for many years. And I will use the term silos, which may not be correct, but essentially you have these elements which have worked somewhat autonomously, semi-autonomously for some time. Essentially, you're talking about bringing all of those together. So what would be the benefit? Maybe the contractor, maybe they prefer to have some type of isolation or individualization. So convince me that there are advantages to bringing it all together under your roof.
Well, let me tell you, and by the way, this is not necessarily bringing it under our roof. We are part of the ecosystem working with other members, and they need to contribute their know-how through software, but also through what they've done for many years. And how do they capture what they've done for many years into automation and digitalization systems? But let me give you an example. So when we are drilling, you come up with some kind of a problem, some kind of a dysfunction, something is not going to plan. So the question is, what do you do? What do you do at that point in time? And you can take the approach of every contractor or every company sort of looks at their own little piece and tries to say, oh, it's this or it's that. But in reality, what you need is everyone looking at the problem together, because the problem is oftentimes, the truth is in between everything that we are saying. And that's the system approach. Now, you can say, look, the system approach can be had through people's meetings and just conference, and we do that. But really the digitalization story is about how do you get systems to help us do that automatically? How do the systems react automatically faster than we can? How do systems perhaps in the future suggest solutions that's in the data, but for a human it's really hard to sift through all of that stuff.
Do you have a real life example, something you can share with us?
I think so, yeah. So an example even within just the drilling part of it, right? You have the drilling division and the reservoir division. And traditionally they were both siloed, right? Drilling was focused on how can I go as fast as I can. The reservoir division is focused on go slow, but make sure you place the well in the section where I can maximize my production, right? So by combining the workflows or the interactions between these two, instead of just humans talking to each other, now you're trying to automate that workflow to say, I'm going to go as fast as I can consistently, but in real time, if I can take in the input from the geology side, I can place the well accurately in the right position. In fact, we had a really big success recently where from the Halliburton side, we did our first autonomous landing, which is autonomously place the well in the right reservoir section so you can maximize production. So it was, the drilling side was being run at the rig, the reservoir side, the geologists were in office, in town, and we were able to link the data together. So you can autonomously take changes from the reservoir side, automatically put it into your drilling side and be able to place the well.
This is like having, if you think about space travel and you have a smart device that's knowing how to fly to Mars. Now you have some interactions from Houston, but you're not sending commands constantly. The device itself knows how to drive, essentially.
It's interesting, you talk about digitization, of course, and being autonomous, yet the human factor is still key.
It is, and I think we need to be very clear with that. This is, maybe in some distant future we will have a system that's doing this autonomously and we can all go relax. But for the foreseeable future, what we are building are really systems that are going to augment and help people make the right decisions at the right time, and perhaps offload some of the routine things that require machine execution, repetitive things, and so you can free the people to deal with creative, to deal with problem solving, things that the machines perhaps cannot do yet.
Give us an idea, if you would, about what changes you see in the field operational practices process as a result of digitization and automation in the drilling and well construction overall.
I can take that. I think the philosophy we are moving towards is more of a management by exception, right? So the directional driller or the person in the remote center is not always looking, monitoring the job. It's the computer, the machine that's doing all the calculations, that's taking the distance, but at some point the computer will enter an exception zone and it'll say, hey, subject matter expert, I need help, right? That's where I can see the role of the people, the directional drillers, now moving more towards, I'm more of a subject matter expert, so I intervene when the system needs my help and not having to constantly sit in front of a computer and monitor the screens, right?
And you know, just having people on the rig on location comes with risks,
right?
Comes with costs, emissions, environment. So introducing automation and introducing digitalization brings changes where now the jobs that you had to be on the rig to do them, now you can do them remotely. And that brings a whole lot of benefits, as I said, you know, and people don't take the risk, they don't have to be in the line of fire, and of course, you know, the costs go down as well. Right?
Yeah, let's build on that, if you don't mind. Talk about how our remote center is going to evolve as a result of automation happening at the rig site itself.
Yeah, so I'll take that. I'll start it off. Shashi can add to it. Our industry has had a long history of standing up remote monitoring, and so we've had, you know, data flows from the rig. People are monitoring, and then oftentimes what would happen is that they would be reporting on what happened and how did it go, and that was great. But I think now with the advent of more modeling and more powerful computers and more powerful data science, we can move to being more proactive. In other words, you have all of these simulators helping you predict what is going to happen. And so you can anticipate problems, or if you arrive at the problem, you can now take evasive actions, do something different. And you can also drive the plane, so to speak, from a remote place, as opposed to being right there on the rig, because digital systems have advanced that far. So it's a really step change from remote monitoring to remote operations. Now, Shashi, anything?
Go, please.
Yeah, I think it's also now the person in the remote center has a lot more tools at their disposal, right? It's no longer I'm seeing a trend in terms of what's happening, let me interpret, go back to my experience and see, have I seen this before and what action did I take? It's now more of the system is providing an advice saying, hey, this is potentially what's happening, here are 3 options. And then the subject matter expertise comes in to say which one is the best option to address that issue. Right?
So you're actually talking about people's work changing as well, as a part of this.
Quite a bit. Now I think the jobs that are being done today are going to transform. Right? Just like in the past technological revolutions, you see people's job change. Now with the introduction of machines, perhaps you need to be maintaining the machine, or you need to be maintaining the programming of the machine, making sure the machine is making the right decisions. But again, we are, you know, some steps away from machines taking over. I want to be very clear.
Well,
it's about people.
I was going to ask about the artificial intelligence.
Yes.
That comes up as a question.
Yeah.
Where does that play a role in this at this point? Or is it still too early to start talking about artificial intelligence taking over and running?
Not so much taking over, but I see every time we drill, we generate so much data, right? And so I see artificial intelligence, machine learning helping us interpret the data and give us more insight than what a human could traditionally do, right? A human brain is at capacity when you start looking at maybe 3 or 4 things at a time and you've reached your capacity, right? But with the power of these systems, you can now say, I can look across hundreds of wells, I can look across thousands of wells and see what insight it's giving me. So I can make a better decision on the next job that I'm doing. So I think it's there. Artificial intelligence, we use it day in and day out. Definitely there's room for improvement, it's going to evolve, but we see benefits of it helping our directional drillers today.
And I think as Milos mentioned, the idea of a human being there to make sure that the automation knows right from wrong, is critical in this discussion. Let's talk a little bit about what kind of partnerships and collaborations are going to be necessary for the successful integration.
So, I mean, we are actively taking all of our digital technology and deploying it into our what we call integrate projects. This is where Halliburton as a company comes together and with other partners and delivers a well or a large number of wells. And this is where we are seeing the really uptake of the new technology. Things are fully under our control and our partners, and we can make decisions to push the boundary, introduce new technologies. But one thing that's really important in this whole story is this, what the industry calls open architecture. And that refers to a software term, really, which means that data can flow, and if I have a particular piece of software that needs certain information, I can reach out into a partner digital ecosystem and get the data and do calculations that I need to do to then pass the calculations to them, perhaps for them to execute certain actions. So having that partnership between operators and drilling contractors and OFS companies, really important to make this whole thing work.
Is this an open architecture? I mean, are you actively seeking, I mean, obviously seeking some partners and help along the way, but is this something that can be adopted quite readily? I guess I'm going with the whole infrastructure system, whether it's easy for someone to come in and become a collaborator, or whether there's a certain integration time frame that would be required.
I think the key part of the integration is the interfaces, right? Every operator, every person that comes on the job, they have their applications, their suite of tools, but the key is to define the interfaces between the different systems so you can talk to each other seamlessly, right? Today, it's people talking and exchanging information via email or text messages. The future is just defining those interfaces so there's clean, automated flow of data and information between the systems.
And this is really facilitated by the advances in software development, because software developers have come up with standard interfaces, APIs is what they call them, which allow different systems that were not designed by the same company or same people to talk if they know exactly how to do that, which is also knowable, right? It's published. So really, that's the key to this integration without being closed off. Because in the past, people would design software systems and they would only talk to their own systems. But with the advent of software architecture and the cloud, that's all changed.
Where do you see drill to produce now, and where do you see it going 6 months from now, 6 years from now, that type of thing? Because the industry is changing very rapidly right now.
Right. I think if you step back a little bit, focus historically has been, I'm going to drill to a plan, right? A plan gets defined during the design phase, and your goal is to drill to that plan. What we are seeing now happening is the ability to automatically incorporate real-time decisions. So in real time, if my sensors are telling me I need to make some changes to the direction in which I'm drilling because my formation came up sooner or my reservoir section changed, right? So we are now at a stage where we are able to automatically incorporate some of those into the overall process. Where I see it moving is get to a point where that interpretation of what formation I'm in, where is my pay zone, is going to be a lot more automated. That interpretation is a lot more data-driven with SME, subject matter expertise input. So you're really moving towards more of a closed-loop integration between the drilling side and the geology or the geosteering side, right? You want to add anything, Milos, to that?
Yeah, and automating other activities which have to be done with machine precision, automating the rig, automating we've talked about automating steps, but there is a whole section of robotics that's coming to handle pipes robotically and so forth. So it's very exciting times, Ed, I think, in our portion of the industry as we try to change.
And a last question, which I probably should have asked some time ago, is this something that would be more easily integrated into perhaps some newer exploration areas, or is this readily, can you retrofit, so to speak, some existing fields?
Oh, it's absolutely applicable to both, very much so. And when it comes to areas where you've already produced and maybe you're doing some additional drilling, you can then leverage big data and artificial intelligence to learn all the lessons from the past and do it better and faster. When you're doing exploration, you can now talk about multiple scenarios that you can evaluate using very advanced simulators, thereby reducing your risk. So totally applicable to both areas or to both exploration frontiers, you know. So.
And I hope I'm not diverging a little bit too much from the subject, but does the application, can you also work with the energy transition as some of the older fields, perhaps utilizing platforms for wind power, anything along those lines? Is that something that is also applicable?
So one thing that I can add is what we are doing is now we've added already, we have a commercial product which estimates emissions from all of our different operations, well construction, but others as well. And as you're doing planning and design, but also as you're doing operations, you can track and change your operations so as to minimize the emissions. And not to mention, of course, the introduction of electrification of the oil field, which is totally in line with environmental goals that we all have.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing the information about Drill to Produce and joining us from Halliburton.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. It was a pleasure.
And this is, of course, OTC Energy Insights. I'm Ed Hyland, your host. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to day 3 of OTC 2023. I'm Ed Hyland. This year's show has been incredible. It's an amazing conference to gain insights into the latest trends and developments in offshore technologies. If topics like subsea engineering, renewable energy, and directional drilling are of interest, you've come to the right place. Let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday.
Energy, excitement, and education. I'm Allison Berger, and day 2 of OTC 2023 is just getting started. So let's take a look at everything happening today. An action-packed Tuesday at OTC kicked off with an executive dialogue on cybersecurity. New technologies comes with new concerns. Speakers focusing on how to protect yourself from a cyber attack.
As the leaders in your organization, the managers of your organization, it's at least important to understand that you need to at least have that good team. You need to know the people that are doing it and have some understanding of how how cybersecurity is implemented across the organization. But you don't necessarily need to leave here and think, I have to become a cybersecurity expert.
Be creative about the way you approach cybersecurity and think about the things you do. It doesn't matter if you spend $1 million or $2 million on a firewall and you got employees that are going around and surfing and going to places they shouldn't be going and clicking on things they shouldn't be clicking on.
Also Tuesday morning, an engaging session on energy. The panel discussing sustainability, energy transitions, and investments.
A lot of interest in the topic of energy transitions and a great panel. So it was a robust conversation, touched on a lot of points that I think are relevant for everybody here. So it was a lot of fun. There are lots of really interesting nascent technologies that have the potential to be very impactful in terms of driving lower carbon futures. But there's still a lot of work to do. And we touched on some of those points. Collaboration, of course, across value chains is critical for success, but that means that there's a role for policy, there's a role for investors at the upstream, midstream, and downstream, as well as investors in new technologies that really need project development to occur in a really robust way.
Those in the audience learning about the challenges and opportunities on the road to net zero.
We can change the technologies that we use. We can change the way we are more efficient in the consumption of oil and gas. For example, as a technology provider in the oil and gas industry, we helped our customers reduce 700,000 tons of CO2 last year just by changing technologies. Not producing less, just changing the way we produce.
Rounding out the Tuesday morning sessions, a fascinating case study on Guyana. The country is making headlines for trading carbon credits from its standing forests.
When Dr. Ramsarup talks about Guyana growing 40+%, that is a material change in the environment that you are seeing. When you hear things like capital works, public spending being increased by 300% over a matter of a few years, that infrastructure work is changing the landscape and the lived reality of Guyanese in contemporary Guyana.
The panel discussed Guyana's offshore projects and commitment to a low-carbon economy.
We've got one of the largest rainforests in the world, 19.5 gigatons of carbon. So we are contributing to a low-carbon development strategy. So as the world fights about emissions, and we are producing carbon to protect the ecosystems around the world.
There's a reason OTC attracts tens of thousands of attendees and exhibitors each and every year. So we want to know what keeps them coming back.
OTC is where everything happens in oil and gas. It's the most important event in the world.
It's the center of oil fields in the world, where more than 90 countries come here, so it's opportunity to see what's new and what's happening in the world of oil.
We come to find new suppliers, better suppliers, look at customers, new customers, and so it's always fun to come and see all the new technologies and what's new.
The Energy Transition Pavilion stage was a popular spot Tuesday afternoon. Siemens Energy discussing carbon dioxide compression considerations for offshore CCUS.
I always tell folks, if you give us the flow rate, the inlet pressure, and the discharge pressure, we can come back to you pretty quickly with what type of compressor it is, how big it is, a lot of the important information you're going to need to even start any discussions with anybody. But CO2 is complicated. It is a very high mole weight gas, if y'all remember that from high school. It has a strong real gas behavior, which means it's very difficult to predict, especially at higher pressures.
We are rounding out Tuesday with another enthralling executive dialogue. This one about the rising Earth temperature and its enormous energy potential.
Geothermal has something to offer for everyone, from your home to power plants to lithium to joining with other intermittent renewables to make a better project. It's ubiquitous, and we're using it well, but not enough.
Speakers talking about the potential of the Earth's geothermal energy and how to harness it.
We're hoping here at OTC that the oil and gas operators will really come big into geothermal because it's very adjacent to what they already do.
A key part of OTC is focusing on the future of offshore energy, and that includes the people leading the way.
I'm so honored to be here this afternoon to be named as the OTC Emerging Leaders Class of 2023.
It's really appreciation about how the collective effort the industry is taking, moving to a greener and cleaner environment on the industries.
OTC welcoming in its 2023 Emerging Leaders honored contributions to the offshore energy sector, service to the industry, and focus on safety.
Obviously, first of all, it's a great honor to be nominated from my colleague and coworker, and at the same time, it's nice to get recognized. You don't always do that in your daily work.
There's still so much more to come